Good morning, everyone, to the Assurance, Risk and Finance Committee meeting of June. I do have apologies from the Deputy Chair, and unfortunately the time was changed and so he couldn't make it, but he set the time aside and he was chairing something else today. So he put his apologies in. But he put his apologies in with a set of questions that he's got, and we'll go through that as the items come up. So those are the apologies. Do I have a mover, seconder?
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Happy to
second. Yeah, you got that.
Continue with the karakia.
Oh yes, and we're going to do the karakia as well. So we'll do the apologies after the karakia. Thanks for reminding me. So, Councillor Stratford.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E he aki ana te atukura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora.
Thank you. And so we've got a move a second for the apologies. That to the vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Yeah, apologies for missing the karakia. I've been to Wellington and back driving for the last 2 days, and that was a challenge. I've seen some interesting sights, and I did learn again. In fact, my wife got off out of the four-wheel drive, which is a heavier vehicle, and she said it feels like I just stepped off a boat. And I said, well, no, that's just our roads. It's not my driving. and I went through the Transmission Gully, and it was amazing that piece of road that's only some of the dollars went. I'm looking for our piece of road up here, Councillor Court.
I'm sorry,
Right.
you speak with such dulcet tones, I can't hear.
Can't hear? Okay, I'll raise it.
So if there was anything facetious in there, that's fine.
It was all good, Anne.
All good. So moving on then to item 4.1, the consultation. Councillor Radich.
Yeah, I just want to put my apologies. I've got to leave at 10:30. I've got to meet with the residents of Waihara at 11 o'clock. So I'll just let you know.
10:30? Yeah, that's our way. Thank you, Councillor Radich. So I think, Councillor, you may have to leave early as well.
I was going to leave, but my training's been cancelled today, so you get...
Okay, good, excellent. So, item 4.1 on page 12, confirmation of previous minutes. Do I have a mover? Or I'll move. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Thank you. Any errors? Is there anything of note in there, please, from anybody? No? No? I'll put it to vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Item 5.1. Do we have a mover and a seconder? And that's on page.
Happy to
Thank
second.
you. Councillor Stratford, seconder.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Now, what I may do is this risk has been raised. I'll ask. Is it going to be?
A bit of a double act between Tanya and Dean on this one. If so, Tanya could lead us off.
That's good. Tanya goes first because we'll probably have some questions on it at Dr. Dean. Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you. Through the chair. There is a decision report in front of you, and I've put 2 recommendations in place. One is that we maintain the status quo, which is that this risk stays on our risk management report as an emergent risk, and it was placed on the risk management report as an emergent risk in October 2020, I think that's right. Yeah, that's what my report says. Or we can accept this risk and escalate it onto our top organisational dashboard. So the risk we're looking at is around the resource consent, and we have a risk statement in our report, which I'm happy to go through, or else we could open straight to questions.
I think go for the report? I've got a nod there.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you just like to give a summary, Tanya.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so the risk is about unidentified increase or decrease requirements for environmental consents, monitoring and licence, which has been driven by user demand and new environment due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, new proposed district plan and RMA reform. There's a chance that we do not have the flexibility to increase, decrease resources to meet the demand, leading to poor legislative performance and siege mentality. We do not meet our statutory obligations and or we lose our staff. So this risk is actually materialising at the moment, and we have some graphs in here that show what is happening in terms of managing to respond to our resource consents in the statutory time frame. Those statistics have got worse, and we have some June numbers which show that actually the situation is getting more difficult in terms of completing our resource consents within the legislative time frame. A couple of consequences there, obviously, reputational, customers, and also to our budget, because we have to discount back our resource consent fee for the days that we're over. So there's a number of impacts to the organisation. So we've got GM of District Services to speak to any questions. We also have our Manager of Environmental Services available to speak to any questions. Particularly, you might be interested around what they are doing to recruit, and they are very active in the recruitment space and working with our people and capability team around how we can recruit, but also how we retain so we don't lose staff. How they've reached out to Whangarei District Council, and they've got some support from one of their staff to do the Section 88 reviews. And we also have support from within the business from people who are coming in and doing some extra time to support resource consents, to process resource consents. So they have been active in this space. They're not just sitting back, they have a plan in place, and we've mentioned that plan in our report.
I've got a few risk questions to start with, and we'll move on to operational questions. I mean, one of the first things you learn in risk is all about the management of uncertainty, and yet in the report this says it will happen. So it's more of it's not even an emergent risk or a risk. It's now an incident. Was that fair to say?
I think there's two aspects to that. So this risk is materialising for us, but actually we don't understand how big this risk is going to be for us either. And we have a workshop planned with District Services and Strategic Planning and Policy to try to do some more cause and effect analysis to evolve a problem statement which will help us to treat the risk even further. So from a risk perspective, yes, there's some issues sitting here, but also we have some unknown in terms of we don't know how impacted we're going to be. We don't know how many resource consents are going to come in, and we're expecting more because the district plan is notified next month.
So I'm looking at the graphs. Sorry, Chair, I'll just make a comment. We've asked before that all the images be in scalable format, and we are continued to present images in raster format which you can't expand and read. So can we have that noted, please? So look at the graphs. It seemed to me that this problem started happening November last year. You started getting behind, and it got worse and worse and worse for the next 7, 8 months. So my question to you is, from a down in the trenches point of view and risk management down the risk framework at that level, what kind of measures have you got in place and controls have you got in place, and whether they be the numbers of resource consents in the queue or the time to pick them up to catch this early? Because, like I say, if I've looked at, I know this is in retrospect, but I'm seeing indications as far back as October, November last year. So, what the treatments that you are undertaking now, have they been undertaking, and why couldn't they be done earlier?
I like
Yeah,
open that too.
through you, Mr. Chair. It's best that I.
Thanks, Tanya.
Thanks, Tanya, for the intro on the risk side of things. We've seen in the past, I'll just use building consents as an example. Just a few years ago, we were in significant, experiencing significant difficulty with building consents, and that happened over a period of months. We now have the advantage of business intelligence, which does help also for resource consents. So to answer the question about why could we not have anticipated this as early as last year? We saw a trend. We at the time had staff, which we don't have now. We've lost some staff, so there's some turnover there. We didn't have the number of consultant planners on tap that we have now. And yes, it has slipped. We've alerted the Ministry for the Environment, or the Minister Parker at the Ministry for the Environment of the problem. Blair's written to him. We have done that under Sean's watch. We were also alerting the Ministry that we were going through times where we saw a downward trend. The reality is that we're not the only council in New Zealand who are experiencing this problem. We spoke in this room, we had Kelvin Davis and Willa Jean Prime here on a visit recently, and we spoke to them in terms of doing something from a central government perspective to open up the borders, to bring more planners in. This is a universal problem, a New Zealand-wide problem. We just don't have enough planners in the country. Every consultant planner organisation and other councils are looking to poach each other's planners. So short supply of planners is the first problem. That's been around for several months, and when we see turnover of those planners, the few that we have, then immediately there's a problem. We try our damnedest to fill those vacancies, but that's hard. It's very hard. We can't find them. Paying them more, or paying our existing planners more, is one of the strands, one of the actions that we're taking as part of a delivery plan, because retention is everything. If we lose a planner, we start again. It takes time to train these people up, and there's always a lag factor with that. So short answer, vacancies, turnover. It only takes 2 planners to leave, and that opens a big capacity gap for us, capability gap. And then we are of necessity reliant externally on consultant planners who typically have more intermediate and senior planners, which we don't have in numbers, and they are required to address some of the more complex consents. So we're bottom heavy at the moment. We still have risk in the organisation in the sense that we have a team of less experienced planners, and we are then reliant on external consultant planners to fill the gaps around more, to be able to deal with more complex consents. That's a long-winded answer, but the reality is these trends occur over a period of months, and while we pull out the stops to halt that decline, we see things happen like the turnover, putting contracts in place with externals, etc., and all of those have in themselves have a lag factor to them, and therefore we see what we have now. There is a delivery plan. On a positive note, we do have a delivery plan. We putting in place all of those measures that we can think of in terms of halting the slide. And we will be reporting back through this committee, through Regulatory Compliance Committee, on progress, and also circulating monthly updates on how things are tracking, because I'm aware that our next Regulatory Compliance Committee only happens on the 6th of September. That's some way off. So we're looking to put in place monthly updates to you, the elected members, by way of circulating those one-page summary type reports that give you hopefully some assurance that things are moving in the right direction.
And finally, while you're there, Dean, 3 questions are on the middle to long-term points. Why would a restructure help? I'll get through the 3 questions. Why would a restructure help? What do you mean by analysed financial modelling? And you also point out that shared resources with Whānau might be an issue. Do they have a different demand profile than us, that there would be
Whangarei, I'll start with that one. Whangarei, the discussions with Whangarei are around a reciprocal arrangement. They're struggling at the moment with their building consents. Their compliance rate is way down. It's probably around where our resource consents compliance rate is, where ours is right up there in the 99 percentile range. So we're looking to assist if we can from a building consent point of view and to leverage what we can from them. At the moment, they've offered us someone who can help with our Section 88 checks, which happen at the front end, to clear, to act as a clearinghouse for some of the backlog and the blockage we're seeing. That's one person only, but every other person we can pull into the mix is certainly going to help. With regards to, sorry, I need
analyze financial modelling was the
modelling. Yeah, just looking at the financials. We've worked with finance, and they've been very helpful in looking at our forecasts and revenue for this year. We'll see at the end of this financial year a figure of $1.3 million in excess of budgeted revenue through high volume. So we're seeing increased volume way beyond budget, and that is where we're looking to bring in fixed term staff and some permanent staff, anticipating future demand, relying on that excess revenue to fund it. So there's no requirement for rates funding for that. We can pull back on our part-timers. We can look at anticipating some turnover and look at what the financial implications are there in terms of filling positions, etc. And then also pull back on our consultant planners. So there are levers that we can pull to, in a downturn scenario, which we don't anticipate for the next 2 years. If it does slow up, we can pull levers to bring it back to a manageable situation from a financial point of view.
And finally, how is the restructure?
The restructure, yeah. Blair, as the new CEO, has signalled a reset in the organisation. Part of that reset will involve a look at our regulatory functions. And one of the areas that has been highlighted is the possibility of having someone on a more dedicated basis managing the resource consent side of things. What I mean by that is someone who is more directly involved and has oversight over the resource consent function. Those are all possibilities. So we're also looking to team leadership. We've got 3 team leaders at the moment, one vacancy. That's one of our issues. And managing the workload both externally through our consultant planners, but also managing the teams internally. When we have high volume situations like this, typically team leaders get pulled into also processing consents or being more operationally involved, and that's not a very desirable situation because it takes their eye off the ball in terms of the oversight. So a number of things there that we want to look at in terms of potential change in the organisation.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I believe Councillor Rudridge has got his hand up, so we'll go there. And then what I wish to do is go over member Rob, who's absent, but he sent through his questions. So, and they'll be, I think some of you may have answered, but it'll be directed to you, Dean. So, and then we've got some hands up after that. So we've got Councillor Smith and maybe others. But so, Councillor Rudridge, you had.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dean, how many planners have we got in council at this very moment?
Yeah, good question. I'm going to probably give you the wrong answer, so I'm going to ask Rochelle Dean to jump in with the vacancies. Rochelle, if you could answer that one for us. How many have we got on the ground at the moment?
Morena. So we've only got 1 senior, 1 intermediate, 4 resource planners. We've got another one starting in a month, and 2 consent planners. We've got 2 team leaders. So we're currently
5 vacancies at the moment.
That's right. We've got we've also been looking at part-time fixed term ones, but we have got a team leader, a senior and an intermediate vacancies, but we're also looking for 2 additional intermediate and seniors on a fixed term basis.
All right, thanks for that. The other thing is that I'm dealing with a business couple who are hoping to have a wine shop in Monganui, and we're going through hell. I can tell you right now, Dean, we are going through hell. Resource consent for a liquor license. Finally, we got down to it, and I got on to the people that are involved, and then I get the news. There's a backlog of 100. 100. Now this couple are leasing the shop, getting nothing out of it, and it could be weeks or even months before they get the okay. Not a bloody good sign, is it?
There's only one way of answering that through you, Mr. Chairman, is the backlog is the backlog. That's our reality. Every applicant out there, we're very conscious of the fact that time is money for people. They want to get on with their developments, and we're very mindful of that. So working with people and managing their expectations around managing those consents. We have a triaging process. And Rochelle, do you want to just outline briefly for us what that triaging looks like? Because we are not only reliant on a time-based approach where people are queuing endlessly, sitting in a queue. We are, in some instances, processing certain consents ahead of others with the backlog in mind, purely to clear backlog. Do you want to just cover for us, Rochelle, the criteria we're using for the triaging?
Yes, so as mentioned earlier, the consultants and as well as internally, we have got a bottom heavy, so there is the capacity to be able to process the less complex applications. So if there is capacity within the team, externally and internally, the lower complex applications will get done earlier. The medium to high ones are where the consultants and us internally have got low capacity in order to do those. So those are the ones that are taking longer. So the triaging is worked around really the complexity and who has got the capability to put their hand up and be able to do it at the time. The only high complex applications that are moving forward faster than others are where there is a clear community benefit, where they do need to be put through earlier. And an example of that was around the rural connectivity group in regards to ensuring that there is safe connections throughout the district.
Yeah, finally, Dean, is this a problem in other councils, or is it just the Far North District Council? Are they going through the same problems?
Right across New Zealand.
It is?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the short answer is yes. Right across New Zealand, we just don't have enough planners in this country, and that is a problem at a macro level. The poaching that I refer to is real. It's happening. People are taking planners, one organisation taking planners off another, paying them more. So we are looking at paying market allowances to retain our staff, because we dare not lose any more. So we want to hold on to the ones we have, and if we can recruit any, we want to be sure that we hold on to those as well. So it is a problem. The larger cities, Auckland and Christchurch, some recent figures suggested that they had a backlog, unallocated consents of around 500, I think in the case of Auckland, and the other figure was 300 for Christchurch. Now, of course, we shouldn't be comparing directly with large cities, but nevertheless, we are aware that there are backlogs in other smaller councils as well. Same problem, and I think it all comes back to not having enough planners.
Thank you, Councillor Rodich. I'm just going to go to Member Robinson's comments here. He agrees with the recommendation, which we'll get to later and with the vote. Also, there's a note, he notes that 170 unallocated, the 170 unallocated the 30th of May. The represents substantial reputational risks and defeating our objectives. I think we're all aware of that, and that's why there's a bit of concern here. And agree with the planning actions. Now, Dean, you said you've got a delivery plan. Are you going to report to us monthly? It'll be nice to send that delivery plan or an overview of it to us.
Yes. And
then report to that. So that's just covering that one off. And do you want to read? There's a few more points here. I'll just we'll just ask Will to go through those. There might be some questions.
Member Robertson has a question about, do we have sufficient budget to cover what we need? And Dean mentioned some additional potential costs regarding market supplements. He has a question about the, he likes the medium-term solution with Whangarei, if we can get more of that. What can we do to better recruit staff? Is there anything that we can do more proactively on the publicity front? And if I could just add one point, a great question by Member Edmonds about looking forward and looking backwards about risk and action. And one of the things that we put a lot of effort into recruitment, but going back to Mike's point about what actually exists at the moment. And what we've never done before, we've done a lot of exit interviews when staff leave us, but we've never done stay interviews. But for the first time, P&C are working with Dean and Rochelle to do stay interviews with staff. So those staff that are like gold dust to us, that we cannot afford to lose. What does it take to make you happy? You know, what is it? Because they're getting approached day in and day out by consultants. So that's a good bit of productivity in that space.
Perhaps through you, Mr. Chairman, if I may start with the budget. I touched on that before. We're very mindful of the rates increase that you are looking to approve for the coming financial year. Ever mindful of that increase or the impact on rates, the discussion we've had with finance is our ability to take the $1.3 million excess to budgeted revenue this year, do some projections into next year and the year after, and for the coming financial year to focus on a figure of 50% of that excess revenue for the current year and work within that envelope of around $650,000 to $700,000, which will enable us to appoint part-timers, part-time staff, and also some fixed-term staff in key roles. I'm talking about 1 or 2 positions there, and allow us to also manage the external sourcing. And there's been quite a few. We've pulled in extra resource consent engineering capacity, and also consultant planners through contracts. So with that, we don't always recover all costs because of the hourly rates that consultant planners are. There's a premium there, but we recover most of it. So there's an impact from a financial bottom line perspective. But we're looking at it from all angles. We're looking at the human resource aspects as well as referred to, retaining staff and making sure that we can hold on to what we've got. We're looking at the financials and the impacts potentially on rates. The backlog of the figure of 170 in the unallocated area was a figure for this report. I'm not sure, Rochelle, if you have an updated figure in terms of unallocated resource consents. Has that come down slightly? I'm sort of remembering 130, but correct me on that, please.
As of yesterday, Dean, we were back up to 188 applications that were unallocated, and yeah, those have got different complexities within them.
Right, okay. So there's a bit of a yo-yoing effect, Mr. Chairman. We're seeing the numbers come down and then they go back up again because the numbers of consents, applications coming through, it's just relentless. It keeps coming. We're seeing the highest numbers in 5 years, and that certainly doesn't help. So there's no There's no relief there. They keep coming, and we just have to manage that volume to the best of our ability and pulling in all the resources we can and doing all the kind of things that I've mentioned.
Can you just remind me of and this may be a Janice issue, rather new, but as I understand it, the resource consent charges are a cost recovery, basically. We don't make a profit on resource consents, do we?
If we manage, through you, Mr. Chairman, if we manage it in-house, on our hourly rates, we do see a slight margin there, but if we farm the work out externally, not so much, because the rates are higher typically. So the cost recovery component is lower, which means that it's a juggling act. In an ideal world, we'd want a full team of very competent planners at all levels, from senior right through to entry level. We just don't have that at the moment. So that's in an ideal world. We would do all of our work in-house if we had the in-house capability and capacity to do so. We would not go external, but of necessity, that's where we are at the moment.
Okay, so I see the risk of doing it internal is what we've got, and that is the shortage of planners. So my next question would be, what's the, if we were to outsource?
Remember, Mike, we do have an order to go through here.
Speaking hierarchy.
You've answered that question, so we'll go now to Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions for Dean and then a couple of questions for Dana in relation to the report. Dr. Myberg, obviously this isn't a surprise to elected members because we have been having this conversation at the Regulatory Committee for some period of time. My first question is, what is this risk currently costing us in terms of discounts? And I recognise that the report flags that there is a risk of penalties up to $500,000. But picking up on Member Ebden's question, there's obviously discounts that are applied to the fact that we have unallocated resource consents. So my first question is, what is that costing us currently financially? My second question is around the plan, and I think what I'm looking for is some comfort that this plan that you've got in front of us, how is this different to what you have been doing since this risk was raised? And can you give me comfort that this is sufficient? Because at the moment, what we've seen is that that trend has continued to escalate, despite having that awareness and despite knowing that we needed to have that plan in place. So I'm looking for that comfort that what we're planning to do is sufficient, or whether we need to be having a governance level question about how we encourage more outside the box thinking. So those are my two questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll start with the last question, and to give you some reassurance, I think we will, as I've suggested, be reporting on a monthly basis, circulating the information to you. With the downward trend that we've seen, obviously the objective is to go the other way and to get us back to 100%. That's going to take a while. That's the reality. We're up against it, and it's going to take a lot of effort to bring that together. On the financial side of things, as I've explained, we're managing that through. As far as backlogs are concerned, why, and how are we going to address that? Other than what we've already done and are doing, I don't know whether there's anything else we can do, to be honest. We're going to continue to focus on bringing in more external resource, if that's going to help us. Very hard to find, because every other council struggling with resource consent is doing exactly what we're doing. They're pulling in external resource because they don't have the planners, just like us. So we will continue down that path of looking for every opportunity to pull in resource, continue to work across the organisation with retention strategies, and the market factor allowances that I've mentioned before are part of that, is to make sure that our staff are, happy, inverted commas, happy but comfortable to be working for this organisation, because there are benefits of working for the Far North versus working anywhere else. But to sell those benefits on the basis of, paying as much as we can to compete in the marketplace, but then also to create an environment which is a team-friendly environment and a place where people want to be and contribute, to the issues. I don't know if I've missed anything there, please, if I have.
I think what I'm hearing is that from a governance point of view, we need to be factoring that there is a financial risk that will continue for some time to our organisation potentially, and I think that that flows outside of this conversation that we're having today. So Mr. Chair, just flagging that to the committee as to the other areas that this will impact. I was looking for some comfort, and I'm not sure that you've given me that, but I'm not sure that you can give me that either. So I think that we need to shift the conversation as to how we consider that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yeah, absolutely, an ongoing conversation and ongoing reporting to give you that level of comfort that it's not getting worse, that in fact it is moving in the right direction, as you know, we are endeavouring to do. So on the financial side, as I said, we are looking at excess revenue. We're not setting revenue targets at the new levels of new income that we've seen this year, because doing so would just mean that all of that excess revenue goes into the general fund, and we would not have the opportunity to leverage that opportunity, because that's how we see it, and that's the discussion we've had with Janice, to use some of it, not all of it, so that we're not extending our capacity using all of the excess revenue, but pegging that at around 50%, so that we have some buffer. And if there is a downturn in the market, then we want to anticipate that. And as I explained before, the levers that we can pull around using less external resource if necessary, to the extent that we can, and also pulling back on our fixed term resources, because we can let them go if need be. So there are some mechanisms. It's a juggling act. To be fair, it is a juggling act.
Yeah, and so Dean, before we get on to Councillor Tiffany is going to send up.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I had questions for Tanya as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tanya.
No, you carry on, but continue your dialogue with Dean first.
Well, it follows on from that, because one of my biggest concerns is if you put yourself in our position here, you've raised the risk, you've notified that this is increasing for some time. As Member Edmund said, it looks like it's been increasing since November. And we want the comfort to know that you are going to be able to get on top of it. We can't solve the problem here, but yet it is our problem as the governors. It is our problem to actually look at a solution and do whatever is needed to make that actually happen. So we're looking to you as the senior person in that role to look at all the options and come back to us if there is any other thoughts or what we can do, you know, as a group and as councillors to achieve the results that need to happen, because effectively it is not in a good position that we're in at the moment, and so it's to find that solution. So I'd strongly recommend looking at out-of-the-box solutions. I don't mind looking at Whangarei if they have spare capacity and it's working well, or anywhere else, or contracting. And certainly you would be on the normal process hiring staff, which you are. And but I'd say go even further, sit down with the CE and in terms of the restructuring, look at how we can be a little bit more efficient and what is actually needed. So that's why I'm keen when you said you have a delivery plan. I'd like to see that, and then reporting monthly of what you are doing would be good, and that may give some of the comfort that some of the elected members around the table have already voiced.
So Mr. Chair, just closing up with Dr. Myberg, I was looking for a dollar figure in that response, so it would be great to get a dollar figure in those monthly updates, please, just so that we get an understanding of what that is costing and where we're trending towards unbudgeted.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I missed that. Rochelle or Malema, you have some graphs there. If we could go to the last one, I think it is, which shows the discounts. I'll just talk very briefly on the discounts. The figure we had 3 years ago was $250,000 in discounts, lost revenue, if you like. The more recent figures, while Malema's getting those slides up, more recent figures, can everyone see that? So 183,000 in the 1920 year, reduced right down to in the 2021 year to 44,000. We've got in the current financial year, 21-22, we've got it going back up to 85. We do expect to see it go up. With the backlogs, every day beyond 20 days in the statutory requirement for 20 days is a 1% discount, up to 50% of the resource consent fee. So we will see that figure go up, and of course we will make all endeavours to contain that and reduce the discounting. The counterbalance to that is the revenue that we get from processing and getting additional consents out the door, kind of thing. So, so there's a bit of a juggling act with discounting on the one hand, and then increased revenue on the other, and increased costs through our contractors, the consultant planners, and then also the market allowances that we're paying our staff. So we are looking at the figures very carefully to make sure that we are juggling in a way that still achieves a bottom line result for council and a service to the applicants.
Thank you, because I guess what I'm looking for from a governance level is we start to see that risk and that impact on affordability to the ratepayer. Yes. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. But if we're juggling those pots of money and balancing that out, I'm happy with that as long as we can continue to see that happen. Thank you.
All right.
Can I move on to my questions for Tanya?
Then we go on to
Hi, Tanya. Thank you for the report. I have two questions, I think. The first one was around the recommendation for quarterly reporting, and my question was whether or not, given the nature of this risk and the evolution of that, is quarterly sufficient, or should we be looking to receive more regular reporting to the committee, given the ebbs and flows that we're expecting to see over the coming time? And then my next question was around whether or not we can see particular things in those upcoming reports. Sorry, just going back to the frequency first. When will we expect to see the first risk report here? Obviously, this is just to put it on the dashboard. So will we be seeing that at our next meeting, or will we be needing to wait? My next question was around the report and the content of that, and I just wanted to flag that it would be great to see the turnover rate trends that we're seeing within the organisation as part of that report, as well as that cost of the risk and whether or not we need to be considering that outside of this one. And then my last question was just around the residual risk score, which is, I think, currently sitting at 13, and whether that's sufficient to approve that at a governance level. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Before I answer that, I'd just like to share some innovations that I know are happening in resource consents. And that is that they've looked at planners to determine if there's any tasks they can take away from planners that are not adding value in terms of what you need our planners to do. And to that end, they're looking at appointing technical assistants to work with the planners to take away some of the tasks that don't need to have the planners' qualifications associated to it. So I just wanted to share that because it shows that the team is thinking, to use your term, outside the box, and they are trying to be as innovative as possible to help resolve this issue. In terms of reporting, I'm happy to increase the frequency of reporting. 3 months is, in terms of showing changes to the risk and what's happening, is probably a reasonable time on top of the monthly reporting that Dean is going to share with you. The report cycle is such that we could probably just get a report in for the next meeting, because it's August 3/1, and we would need to start on that pretty promptly. So I'm really happy to work with the environmental services team to get that done. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It was just in terms of the content of the report, whether we can see turnover rates and things.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm really happy to take guidance as to what you would like to see in the risk report, because the risk report is written to provide assurance to this committee that around governance. So please just guide me as what would help you achieve that level of assurance that you need.
Great, thank you. And then my last question was just around the residual risk score of 13 and whether that's what we'll be adopting onto our dashboard.
That is our recommendation. So we've worked with subject matter experts, and you can see how we believe we need to reduce that risk. This is something that in my ideal world we would work with you on a deep dive, because that's talking about your risk appetite. So we're, if you like, having to give our best guidance to what we believe is appropriate. If that doesn't meet what your risk appetite is, again, we need just to be guided to know what your risk appetite actually is. And so if you think back to the risk training we did in December with member Bruce Robertson, that was one of the big things that he talked about, was how important it is for us to understand your risk appetite from a governance perspective.
Okay. Councillor Kipanan.
Thank you, Kia ora. I had a few questions based off, one is, so we're not alone. We have, in the local government whānau, we've got like 67 other cousins, right? Have we gone to Taitoura, have we gone to LGNZ, and between us all, I don't know, we can find common ground. So Whangarei district is, or the other districts that are top heavy and we're bottom heavy, and then when we put them together, we've got a perfect pyramid and can figure it out. But is it at that point, like if we're writing letters to the minister, is it at that point where we have actually reached out across our sector from that level to say, do you know what, we're going to help you get that one done because you're about to get penalised, and then you're going to jump on board and help us with that one? Is it at that point yet, or everyone seems to all just be struggling by themselves, other than us getting someone from Whangarei do our section somethings, and we're going to help them with building consent? Is it a very, this is my patch and I have to look after it and struggle myself? Or?
Chairman, through you, we've, for obvious reasons, reached out to Whangarei, and Kaipara to the lesser extent can assist, but Whangarei was the obvious one. To look beyond Whangarei is obviously something we would do. One of the difficulties we have with anyone assisting from further afield, consultant planners, including consultant planners or any planners from any other organisation, would need to do site visits. Again, that increases the cost. So when we talk about our consultant planners working with us, they, in our interests, they are working with us to limit the number of visits that they make from wherever they're coming from, Auckland or other places. So site visits are an important part of a planner's assessment of any consent application. And so there's a cost element to that. So we need to be looking at that quite carefully. But the short answer is yes, we would look further afield if the economics of that makes sense, you know, with travel and those kind of factors as part of the equation there.
And my other question was like longer term. So if we had a graph and the graph has a line of what we can pump out, and then there's a line of what's coming in, and like when are the points going to meet where we know that we're actually getting there? Because I don't think that development's going to slow down. I don't think that consents are going to stop flowing in. And if we aren't successful in our short and medium term goals of getting more actual planners, then the lines are never going to hit this like a forever problem.
Yeah, very mindful of that, Mr. Chairman, through you. Looking at when those lines come together is a difficult one. I could say 6 months, but I could be absolutely wrong on that. It's not a short-term.
Is it a COVID curve, or is we going into winter and it's picking? You know.
Yeah. So just on volume and anticipating what's coming in the next financial year and the year after, we believe that it's going to continue at a high volume at the same rate as we've seen this year, which is not encouraging because clearly that will extend that gap out to some date in the future. If we see improvements being made through adding resource, we will obviously continue to source any additional resource that we can, and that would include some councils further south, and also looking at the financials of that, whether the site visits and intermittent site visits along with the actual processing, because that can be done at someone's desktop anywhere for that matter. We'd be looking very carefully at how we manage that because we don't want to skew the figures to the point that it's now costing us significant amounts. It's one thing to have the volume and the revenue, another thing from a cost perspective to manage that back to an acceptable figure. So long-winded answer again, but the lines
I guess what I'd say
I don't even
is
want to guess.
I'd want those options on the table so I get to decide whether or not the benefit of it costing us outweighs the length of time people are waiting for their consents to be.
So that's where the analysis, Mr. Chairman, as per the report through you, we would bring analysis into the future reporting and show you as the governors as to what that looks like. And when we are reaching the point of that becoming less manageable, we'd certainly highlight that early rather than, bring you surprises. The whole intent here is to adopt a no surprises approach to this, so that you can, sense where things are heading and whether, we are making progress on them.
Okay, one more question from a member.
You kind of answered it in the last, sorry, were you pointing to?
Yep.
Oh, you kind of answered it in the last question. But my question was going to be, what processes do you have to resolve competing objectives? Okay, so Moko just brought it up, the idea of reputation versus financial versus health and safety versus compliance. Are we the resolution service, or is there a bunch of processes that go on behind the scenes? Because you have talked about this obliquely in the whole thing. You toss up which is more important, or you toss up all the differences. So what is the process for resolving those competing objectives?
Mr. Chairman, through you, we are employed to do that work by council, by the chief executive. You are our governors, so the detail of that we would work through. When we see something that is of concern and that we believe you should be aware of, and that's the discussion we want to have with you, and we believe that we will achieve that through that more regular reporting. That is how we anticipate bringing to you not just the problem, but a report back on progress against a plan and any additional measures that we believe would be necessary. And if there's any cost attached to that, obviously you want to know sooner rather than later. So that is our endeavour, to bring to you at a high level the issue, the solutioning of that, and if there are any gaps, then to bring that to your attention, and in the risk sense, to make you fully, inform you fully as to what the situation is, and bring some options to you that we cannot decide at an officer level.
Thank you. So just summarising then, so I'm calling a halt to debate.
Two elected members have had their hands up, have not had the opportunity.
Okay, then I might have missed that. So who was that then?
Stratford was right at the beginning.
No, I haven't had my hand up.
No, so, and you have? All right, then Councillor Court, and then I'm going to call the end of the debate and then summarise.
Thank you. Before I get to my question, I just want to go back over a bit of history because I think it's relevant. In December last year, we received a presentation from Brad Olson, and I brought it up on my screen just to remind everybody. And at that time, Brad Olson provided some statistics that said residential consents in New Zealand were up 24%, Northland up 48%, Far North up 47%. Non-residential consents in New Zealand were up 16.2%, Whangarei 35%, and Far North 68%. They then produced this wonderful bar that showed the impact on what's happening in the regions. So this has been signalled to us since last year that we were under significant growth pressure, and that the consents department and the building consents department was under pressure. And following on from what we're calling the perfect storm, Dr. Myberg wrote to the Minister, and then we called a meeting that was held in this room with the local MPs and a number of elected members. And at that meeting, we put it to our MPs that we needed government intervention to help us through this crisis. We needed the government intervention by relaxing the border restrictions so we could get more planners in. We wanted amendments to the legislation which put those financial penalties on it. And there were some other steps. I'm a little surprised that that has not been mentioned in this report as one of the delivery plan outcomes. I followed up with Calvin when I was at Bernardi Walk. He said he's had a response. So my question is, has that response been conveyed to the Farmers District Council? And what did that response say?
Mr. Chairman, through you, we've received, I'm not aware of any response received from Minister Parker's office. Our appeal to Kelvin Davis and to Willow Jean Prime was to, one, make them aware of the problem and to ask them to have discussions with Minister Parker to bring it to his attention. Since that time, a green list has been published of categories of the kind of roles and skill sets that New Zealand requires. Generic engineering skills are on the list. The planners are not on that list, not yet. So we await further action from Wellington because they must be aware, they've been made aware of the fact that that we are, the whole country, not just Far North, is screaming out for planners, open the borders, get them in. That doesn't fix our problem, our immediate problem, because that takes time. That could take 6 months to land a good planner in New Zealand, settled, working in our environment, for example, could take 6 months. But that certainly will help into the future, because if it continues as we see at the moment, with that shortfall of planners, that's not going to help anyone in New Zealand from a growth perspective. We just won't have the capacity.
Yep. Yeah, point there. Thank you, Councillor Court. Is that any other questions you have? No.
Very brief.
Yeah, very brief.
Okay, thanks. It's been a fascinating discussion this morning. It's been really illuminating for staff. One of the things that come out from it was Councillor Smith flagged this up about how governance want to be part of the solution to this and wants to be kept abreast of what's happening. Councillor Court's comments at the end, I think, are highly illuminating. I was looking at changes in federal law in WA last night and how the immigration rules have been relaxed to bring in key workers. That is certainly medium to long term. That is part of the solution. I do wonder about the point when Councillor Tepania raises the issue, and it's one that all economists always struggle with. That the basic law of economics is it's like driving a car, but the windscreen is blanked out. You can see to the side and you can see behind, but you can't really see the future. But if what Councillor Tepania is sort of predicting, as it were, comes true, that the economy continues to grow and that we get much more demand in this space, then I think these are really troubling times, and that's where Councillor Coates' point is absolutely crucial. That this is a macro problem; it's not just a micro problem. But having said that, we can't duck behind that. We can't hide behind the skirts of this national problem. We've got to try and address what we can locally, but at the same time, know in our hearts that medium to longer term, it's those macro political and economic decisions that require to be made, particularly around immigration.
Thanks, Will.
Are you now going to allow them to sit and we can go into statements?
Yep.
Thank
yeah,
you.
But
We've finished questions.
just one thing for Dean, just summarising, Dean. So just so it's clear that you've got a delivery plan. You're telling me, and so if we can get a summary of that, and then you get a report monthly. So that's over and above the quarterly reporting that will be done. Yes. And showing the progress that we've got. And you're going to look at all the options, thinking outside the square. Maybe you can chase up central government as well and saying, look, we desperately need some people coming through. So as you say, that's a long-term plan. So if you can make a note of that. You see from what's been discussed that it is a major concern to all elected members. failing and getting on top of it, we probably then have to look at external assistance and other forms as a governance group.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to put you as elected members in a position where when you go to the post shop or walk down the street, no one is accosting you and asking you about their resource consent or the lack of progress on the resource consent.
Every day.
We would love to do exactly that for you.
That'll be nice.
It's going to be a struggle, but we're going to do best endeavours to make sure that we get to that place.
That'd be nice, but the horse is bolting at the moment.
Would you entertain a further in that?
Well, I'm just going to go now to so we have a movement and seconder, and so any particular comments directly to this item, including a notice of motion that we're going to do, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I
So
don't
starting
have
with,
any questions, I just.
yep, starting with
Thank you.
Councillor Stratford and then Councillor Ford.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is an issue that keeps me awake at night, and I really appreciate the report coming here because we've had an update at our Regulatory and Compliance Committee, and we've had the numbers in the district services and presentations to us, but I think this is the first time more elected members are becoming more aware of this issue, and Tanya's report is awesome. Having this outside perspective from outside of resource consenting perspective is great, and I really appreciate the numbers that you've highlighted there. Like 0.3% potential rates increase if there isn't cost offsetting. I'm really hopeful that we don't have to see any increase to rates because of this issue, but I can appreciate that the last time we were at 183, that did have an impact on rates. So yeah, and I do have to acknowledge the stress that the resource consenting team, that there's so few of them there, the ones that are there, and the team leader and Dean. Kia kaha, keep going, appreciate what you're doing under trying circumstances. We've been here before, we can get out of this hole again. Kia ora.
Councillor Stratford, I've been generous to you, but so we go to Councillor.
Can I speak more than 5 minutes?
No, generous in the sense that I want specific to the item here.
It is.
If you want to give thanks, and I'd like to give thanks, then we can do that afterwards. So Councillor Court.
Thank you. I would like to flag an NZ and that this be escalated to local government in New Zealand and government. The reason that I'm flagging that is that we have now 7-8 months into this challenge. It is more profound, according to Infometrics, for the far north. It was more profound, I'll rephrase it, it was more profound for the far north, according to Infometrics, at 68.3% and 47.9% in December 2021. I don't know what those statistics look like today. We've had a conversation with our MPs. All councillors were in this room, I believe. Apologise if one or two were missing, but that's my recollection. That has not resulted in any affirmative action from the government. Our planners are under enormous stress. We're in the flu season. We are losing staff. They are being pushed by other organisations such as Kainoora. I congratulate Dr. Dean and his team on the delivery plan, which is highlighted on page 21. But I am concerned that this is a band-aid on a dam that's bursting. We have 170 applications currently unallocated at the time the report was written. Now 188 as of yesterday, but I do expect that it's up and down. There's a potential 0.3% rate impact on the residents of the far north, but what is not being measured and it's not our job to measure, is the economic impact that the delay in the consent is having on the economy. Most of us would have seen the JIB crisis story folding out in the news over recent days and months. So when it becomes a big enough issue, the government has the ability to step in with a task force and take immediate steps. So that is why I'm recommending that we escalate this to local government New Zealand and the government for their attention, because they and only they have the ability to take immediate steps over and above what the legislation currently provides.
So, Councillor Court, so you're
So
wording.
I would recommend, I'm going to move and further and that, or with the blessing of the original mover and seconder, that they would be prepared to consider and that this matter be escalated to local government New Zealand and the government for their consideration and advice.
Yeah.
As the member, can I
Yes.
just add that Calvin Davis's office, I followed up on our hui, and they did reply that the green list had already been confirmed at the time of the hui, so there will be another one, and we just need to keep pushing. So yes, I support this, so that we can try again to get on the next green list for planners into New Zealand.
So, and I don't mind escalating that there is an issue here, as I understand Dean said, it exists throughout all of the councils. So if we are going to, sure we can put that, I'm sure Dean's team can go and do it, but I'd like it to be specific. So rather than just saying, hey, we have a problem, because all councils have a problem, is to be a little bit more specific, offering a solution. So Dean, if I can just verbalise it that way, I'm not going to try and write the words. So sharing it with LGNZ and central government with a view to asking what assistance might be given. So I'd say that, look, can you assist local government in New Zealand? So that all of New Zealand is in this, and just add to the voice, I guess.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, as a recommendation then is that you are asking the Chief Executive to write to local government New Zealand and to Minister Parker to re-emphasise the criticality of this issue as it does.
Yeah, and put the detail in there. So, Councillor Court, have I sort of captured the intent?
No, I think we need to capture it as a resolution so that
Yes,
it can be done.
I'm going to do that.
Cool.
Mr. Chair, as the seconder, can I just add on to what Dr. Myberg has raised? I think that if we were to be more specific and ask that this be added to the agendas of National Council and rural and provincial, wherever they may fall, so that that conversation happens at a governance level, additional to advocacy, then I would be comfortable. But I think that we do need to make sure that this is action, so it needs to go to rural and provincial and to National Council.
So can we have some wording on the screen?
So sorry, just point of order, is this an amendment or is this a changing of the original motion?
It's got to be an addition to change it. So, Councillor Court?
I gave you an either or at the time, so I'll move it as an amendment.
So there's are you actually adding another and? So the recommendation is fine, you're just doing another and there. So can we have the wording up there? So that's clear enough.
Through the chair, this is an amendment, so we need a mover and a seconder for the amendment.
So we do. So Councillor Court, you moved it. I think Councillor Smith seconded it. And if we can have the wording up. And then we'll put it to the amendment to the vote.
Could I have the wording again, please?
And the Crown.
And that this matter be escalated to local government New Zealand and the Crown, and we're weaving in Councillor Smith's specific point about after LGN, we're weaving in and that this be placed on the agenda of rural, provincial and national council.
I'd be happy to take technical advice as to whether or not we need to go to that level of
I
detail in the
don't think we
resolution.
do. I think if we just put this in, if that's understood by the meeting, we'll make sure that that's happened in less of a sense to LGNZ and to the
So that's clear on that. Dean, you got the gist of what was being said?
Been
Yep.
taking notes, Mr. Chairman, so I have that. Thank you.
All right, so that's the amendment. I'll put that amendment to the vote. Anybody, before I say that, anybody who wants to speak to it? Or
Does that go on the action sheet? Oh, yes.
Okay. Right, I'll put it to the vote. No one, all in favour?
Aye.
Against? That carries, so that's great. So we've got the substantive motion now, so I'll put that to the vote. All in
Sorry,
favour?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to speak to the substantive.
Yes.
Very quickly.
Yep.
Thank you, Tanya, for answering my questions. That's been really helpful. So I'm happy for the frequency to stay at 3 monthly at this point, given that we will be getting the monthly updates, but just want to flag that. Tanya, in response to your invitation, I'd really like to see included in the report the financial costs, the turnover, and Councillor Tepania's point about the long-term projections. Any modelling that we're able to include in that would be really appreciated. And the residual risk score of 13, I'm happy for that to sit there, but just flagging that my personal governance appetite is not aligned with the financial residual indication in this report at this point. So I'm sure that will be an ongoing conversation. Otherwise, happy to support this as it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And as I understand, Dr. Dean, you're going to email us the information on a monthly basis, and I think we'll use that opportunity for the members of this committee to respond if there's any other information deemed necessary.
Mr. Chairman, just
rather than solving all of that detail here right now.
yes. So 2 things, Mr. Chairman. The monthly business report for district services is circulated. There's normally a lag of about two weeks. So we send the report out mid-June for May, mid-July for June. Along with that, the delivery plan that is referenced in this report, we'll be doing a traffic light type of reporting for you to highlight against each part of the delivery plan the progress that's being made, and with some figures for you.
And so what I'm saying to all the members that if they feel that information is not enough, or then they can email everybody and you can respond accordingly.
Yeah, if it's
rather than trying to do it right now, what it should.
If it doesn't meet your needs, just let us know, Mr. Chairman, and we'll update it or amend as need be.
So the substantive motion we've got there, so I'm putting that to the vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Against, no carried. Thank you. So I am going to move quicker. I've been generous because of the need and the size of this one. So on that basis, we won't be here until tomorrow. So now item number 5.1, that the Assurance Risk and Financial Committee received the report, Council Financial Report for the period ending 30th April 2022. Do I have a mover and seconder?
That's
So we've got
6.1.
So we've got Councillor Stratford, Councillor Tippania. We do have some questions.
Yes.
So Member Robinson has made some questions here. Who's this going to be directed to? I'll take the report as being read.
Yes. I'm just going to lead off on it, Chair, just to say that the Chief Executive had asked for some additional information on the capital programme, which has been circulated separately to two members.
We've got that as well, so note on your table. And so rather than speaking to the report, I think we can take it as read. So we're going to go straight to the questions, and I'm sure that other items will come up as we go to the questions. So thank you. Yeah, read.
These are observations and questions, and one of the things that I thank Deputy Mayor Court for on another item and Bruce on this is flagging questions up in advance. It makes it a lot easier for the staff. When Angie and I went through Bruce's comments last night and this morning, we won't be able to answer all of the questions which he raised, but we will do our very best. Member Robertson asked, I just wish to confirm my understanding that the $21 million gap in forecast revenue primarily related to CG subsidies and this is caused by our delayed capital programme. That was the first question.
That will be, so it's going to be addressed in the second part of this report, because I think the main theme of today in regard to our financial position is the capital program. But to address Bruce's comment, yes, definitely 21.
the second point that he has is that if they are CGF, CIP or other schemes, are any of these programmes at risk?
What? Acronym.
Sorry, Angie, do you want to deal with these CGF and CIP? Central government funding and CIP.
We'll just take it from the funding anyway.
Yeah, it would be, this would be non-rate funding programmes, central government funded programmes or other schemes. Are any of these programmes at risk?
Well, if this is pertaining to the capital program again, at this stage, IMs will be monitoring it and reporting if there is going to be any risks occurring. I mean, at this stage, we're okay, I believe, and IMs is over.
Okay.
And the final point on this aspect was what are our steps to mitigate and maintain the relationships? And I think that's ongoing between the council and central government funders.
Yes, well, they have an expectation and they have milestones in which we need to report back to them. So that will be their control.
He's got some other points on capital delivery, but perhaps I'll leave those for the moment, Chair.
Yeah, do that for the moment. So, Councillor Court, you had some questions and you're here in person, you put it in writing. Do you wish to go next?
I had one question in relation to this, and it was in relation to budgeted expenditure. So I added them all up, and I apologise that maths is not my forte, so if the numbers are not right, that's my mistake, not yours. Unbudgeted expenditure added up to $11,483,336 by my calculations. And I removed what had been approved by council resolution, $260,331, and I'm left with $5,223,005. And I thought, wow, that's powerful. That's a powerful lot of money to be spending that's not rated, not budgeted for, and will have a cumulative flow-on effect on future funding impact statements. And I'm wondering what the mechanism was to link it to affordability, because they're all such small amounts. Anything under $100,000 can just be approved under delegated authority, but it's the cumulative impact of what it all adds up to that frightened me. And I wonder what the checks and balances are in place to bring that to elected members in a more timely manner. So we get this retrospective to say, hey guys, we're currently up to $5 million. That's a 6-7% rate on the next year, heads up. And that's my question, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a mechanism, should we have a mechanism to bring this to elected members' notice earlier? I think on the other side of the ledger, we won't deliver our capital work program in full. It probably can be until now, but if we did deliver our capital work program in full, that's significant.
Very good point.
Through you, Chair, I could have a stab at answering the question, and it's a question which is going to be more pertinent as the months and years roll on, because we're heading for very tough times in terms of affordability. What I've worked previously in post GFC in the UK, there was no unbudgeted expenditure that hadn't been approved by elected members. Now, there were mechanisms that allowed elected members to have a view outside the structures of the normal council meeting. It might have been the chair of the finance committee along with the mayor and deputy mayor up to a certain limit, but there was elected members, there was governance oversight of that unbudgeted expenditure. And that's something traditionally which we haven't had here, simply because that pressure on affordability hadn't been quite as pronounced as it's becoming today. So through you, Chair, that's something that we're happy to speak with Chief Executive and Janice on, about how to tell them that members are concerned in this area, and what can we do to construct something which would meet the issues that the Mayor raises.
If I can add to that, I was just going to say before you said that, there are a couple of things here. The first thing to do is look at get a bit of analysis of what the unbudgeted expenditure had been, where it's been going and why. So maybe a report of the unbudgeted expenditure going back over, say, this term or something would be a good thing to do. And sort of things we can do is, as you highlighted, Will, is that no unbudgeted expenditure is allowed. Efficiencies of operation may become an issue. But then, so you could allow, I think it's about 100k of unbudgeted expenditure at the moment, but what we could do is say, well, okay, there is going to be an overall cap that's put on there. And so that's the sort of things that I'd like to see staff, when Will just stepped out, consider if we're looking forward in what to do, because I agree with what Will's saying. As every elected member knows, that affordability is a major issue and we really need to manage that.
Can I just say to that though, Chair, is that equally is what I'd love to see, because we always say this whenever it comes across and we get enough votes to get it over because we see it as being worthy outside of budgeted expenditure to buy this and that for our communities or whatever. And we're always saying, what can we actually sell to make up for it? And sometimes we do, like we sold something in Ngāwha, bought something else in Hokianga, and it kind of would balance. But we said this just before about all these parks and reserves we have, and we don't even know what we have and what we can sell. So I agree that it's important that we check ourselves over what we're spending, but I don't want us to not have the ability to still spend outside of budget when it does make sense to, but also to know what we have that we don't need that we can sell to make up for it. So the report needs to balance it.
Yeah, the point well taken. Obviously, elected members can spend outside of the budget, so that's their role. But as Will was saying, it all comes to the table. There's no unbudgeted expenditure allowed by staff. But again, as I said, that does mean you may have some efficiency issues because you will have unbudgeted expenditure, which you did, 100%. That is something I'd like to see staff actually consider, well, and just what we can do and just tighten up on unbudgeted expenditure, be more rigorous.
Mr. Chair, I think it's important for us to understand at the governance level why the unbudgeted expenditure is at that level as well. Clearly something is going wrong if our under $100,000 is adding up to that level. There's clearly something broken.
Yep.
And it's not just a case of saying we're going to have oversight of all of those. It's understanding why that is and addressing that underlying problem.
So, Councillor, you're saying let's get a report of unbudgeted expenditure so we get an idea of what's sort of happening? Because I know Councillor Courts did ask for that at one stage.
I think that would be really important to look at the trends of why that's occurring and make sure that in going into our next LTP, we're addressing that and we're planning smarter.
Yes. Yep, thank you. Councillor Stratford?
Further to that, does the unbudgeted capital works, are most of those offset by external sources and we just don't see that this month because the money's coming in a future period?
Some of the comments I've got from the team that a lot of the unbudgeted has been due to like the 3 waters reforms where we've been given 100% grant funding, and also within roading you usually get the bar rate, the subsidy rate.
So they're not necessarily unbudgeted or they're additional to the project?
Sorry?
They're not necessarily unbudgeted, or they, okay, all right, thank you.
They're covered elsewhere. In that. Any further questions? Or Councillor?
Wait, so unbudgeted in terms of the timing?
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this report. Do you want me to take my questions one at a time or rattle them off? And
you can rattle.
I'll give it a go at rattling off. And apologies if any of them were asked in the time that I was out of the room. So my first question was just around the dividend that we receive from Whānau Holdings on an annual basis. And I've raised this before. I note that the dividend, if it's to be paid, is to be paid on the 28th of February of every year. So my question is, did we receive a dividend this year? And if yes, where would I find that displayed? Because at the moment I can't, so it would be great to improve that transparency around that dividend. My second question was around external funding performance, and I know that we receive a risk report around external funding of PGF projects. But I think this report really highlights the other mechanisms that we receive external funding for, that currently I don't have comfort that we have governance oversight of whether or not we're meeting those milestones and whether there's any risk around those spends. A good example would be the TIF funding. We don't know whether or not we delivered to those contracts at a governance level at the moment, and also our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs funding as well. So it would be great to get any commentary around whether or not we could improve our reporting on our external funding. My next question, and I've asked this before, is around the Three Waters DIA funding, and I know that that final milestone is next week, so I'm just looking for comfort that we're going to meet that. And then my final question is around the healthy homes upgrades being carried forward. I know that compliance for some of those properties, the standards needed to be met in May this year. So do we have any risk that any of our properties will be non-compliant, or are all of them falling under expectations of 2024? Thank you, those are my questions.
The Chair can answer the first one if Angie will allow me. We can always improve in making information more transparent, and if that isn't clear in the information that we've given, we'll make sure that we address that next time round. So in the next financial statement that comes before me, we'll make that more upfront, both on FNHL dividend and on external funding, because I can see I can understand the tally of things that's coming from on that one. So we'll, to use the popular phrase, we'll big that up in the next report. Angie can pick up questions 2 and 3 from Councillor Smith.
Sorry, can I just add to that? We do need to know that for, there's another report that we've done. I need to know that for another report that's coming up, either at this meeting or council.
Sorry, is that for the dividend?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it would be great to know what that dividend looked like on the 28th of February.
So we have received the dividend payment.
Okay.
I'm just getting where it's sitting in the report. Cheryl, I don't know if you can talk to the healthy homes.
I can't with any great authority, no. I do, from speaking, sorry, when I was out on in the field with Tiani, who looks after all of the tenants, she said that we are finished with our healthy homes improvements, all except for draft exclusion in a couple of units. Couldn't tell you which ones they were, but she said we are like about 90% complete. That's what I understand. But I can get you a more in-depth update.
Thank you, that would be great, because that's not what this report says. Thank you.
I think there's a few conflicting stories, so yes, I will get to the bottom of that and put it on my list.
Three Waters DIA funding, I'm just looking for comfort we're going to meet that milestone next week.
So if the Chair, on both of those, both the TIF and external funding as well as DIA, I believe we are on track with the DIA. I can't give you absolute confidence of that, but my understanding is that all of the DIA funding and the forecast for spending this financial year and relationships with that funding partner are strong, and there shouldn't be any issues. I'm not actually sure what's in the report on DIA other than what's in the capital program report. But on the more general question about reporting, both our council funded as well as our externally funded, we are presently, as requested by council, looking to improve reports. So much of the information that you've received here today in the capital report program, capital update program, is a reflection of information that you received in March on the reforecast of the capital program as part of the annual plan report, when it was requested that we improve our capital report programming. Reporting, and there is a work taking place as we speak to improve that, and that includes all aspects of the capital program, including externally funded and things like FNHL, TIF funding, as well as our major partners. So all of that is included.
Any other questions?
Just flagging that I don't have comfort on the 3 orders DA, and it is next week, so I'd really like a really solid answer, whether that be in writing from the CE. I think that needs to be circulated to the committee. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh,
Are we tabling this with this report?
yes.
Yeah, through you, Chair, this was just some additional information. What the Chief Executive, when he read the report, he thought it was a good report, but he thought that members would appreciate further detail to try and offer some clarity.
And Andy and the IAM's leadership give their apologies for today. Unfortunately, they couldn't attend to answer these questions directly, so I was told that was offered up, so I apologise that I don't have answers on all of
So
that.
you're the sacrificial cow.
I am the sacrificial cow.
That's appreciated, thank you.
Milk me as you can.
So I may suggest, not that, but I may suggest that if there's any questions related to this, because it was tabled just today, that drop an email.
Through you, Chair, Andy said he's very happy to take any detailed questions offline on this one because he knows that members may have questions on this.
Mr. Chair, can I just flag that I submitted 2 pages of questions prior to this meeting on Monday and didn't get a response, so I just wanted to raise that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Noted.
To governance, original.
Right, I'll put it to the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. Item 6.2, the June Risk Management Report. Move a second for that, please, and that's on page 53.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Mrs. Bedford. Second to one.
I'll second it too if you like. Nothing else.
So, Tanya, do you want to highlight anything in there that needs to be highlighted? Then we'll go straight into questions.
Thank you, through the chair, I do. So the top organisational dashboard is going to be updated to reflect some changes, such as program Darwin no longer exists, so the program Darwin risk will come off the top organisational dashboard. Program Darwin was a significant treatment for risk number 4, ARF004 asset management risk, which you will get a risk progress report at our next ARF meeting. And my expectation is that that will reflect how they're going to manage the ending of that program. In support of our new direction, the 2022 deep dive program has been will be removed from table 2. So I don't have any emergent risks to report to you today, but at the end of my report, my briefing to you now, I'd like to give you a heads up of a potential emerging risk. The environmental scan, so you asked at the last meeting for some further information on our dynamic environment and how that's affecting our organisational risks, and I put a bow tie type analysis in there. Would love to have some feedback whether that actually hits the point or whether I need to look at how I'm providing that information. The mechanism to establish a legal compliance system to assist the management of legislative risk and compliance has been placed on hold before that first survey was completed. Risk progress reports. So 6 of the 7 scheduled risk progress reports have been made. The 7th was around the affordability risk, which was to be subject to a deep dive last week. So what I will do, since we haven't had that deep dive, is I am drafting a decision report for our next ARF meeting. And again, going back to the risk appetite issue, I can put into there a proposed risk appetite, but I don't understand your risk appetite until we then have the deep dive. And so please, that's open for some good debate to make sure we actually have got the risk appetite, your risk appetite is appropriate. And then the final item I'd like to draw your attention to is we've taken the liberty of taking the climate change risk progress reports. Rather than giving you 3 risk progress reports, we have put 1 risk progress report in there for the 3 risks. We've done a substantial amount of work, both with the risk
climate change risk reference group, and also there's a kind of a separate risk working group happening in that space. So we've looked at all the treatments and analysed them into themes. And so we've put them into 6 distinct themes to help synthesise the information and provide some insights, because there's a lot of treatments sitting in there. Then we've taken a second step and I've separated out the treatments that are in play, so the ones that we're actually working on. And there's a second table in there which shows the treatments we haven't started on and may not start on either, I'm not saying we will, as a pipeline. So just using the agile methodology to let you know that there's some work in that space, but these are the things we've identified and nothing has started on them yet. The Climate Change Risk Reference Group continues to progress actions working with WSP, and you're going to hate the acronym, and I can't remember what it stands for now. I think it's their company name, but
Yeah,
please.
it is.
It is, yeah, thank you. To develop a science-based emission reduction program. So we're making some good progress there. And so if you look at your pipeline under emissions, there's nothing sitting in the pipeline. There may be in future, but the actual activity in there is to develop that science-based emissions reduction program. And the second thing is that separate working group we're working with is looking at breaking down the climate change work program into actionable tasks so that we can start tracking them through and watching what's happening, identify further issues and risks, and look at what are some potential quick win options that we need to get underway as quickly as we can. And so I appreciate some feedback. This climate change was to be the subject of the deep dive in August. Clearly it won't be now, so it's just happy to take feedback on that, whether the format works for you, what more we can add.
Does, so, sorry, is asset management risks still on there? It is, isn't it?
It is.
Yep, so will that be able to pick up some of the things that we were trying to address through Project Darwin anyway? Because
I believe it should.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with IAN this Monday around risk governance. Unfortunately, the 2 key players needed to leave that meeting before we got to that point. It was an NTA focused meeting, which is where we'll come to our emerging risks. Yeah. Because the program Darwin is a key treatment for 3 of the significant issues that are identified as a part of that risk. Yeah. So then we need to address that.
Okay.
And we need to tell you what the thinking
You're
is.
onto it. Cool. Thanks, Tanya.
Don't know.
Yeah, so as I understand it, because I did ask this question from Blair, is that what Project Darwin was going to deliver is that asset management system. We still need to know the asset state to make these decisions, both in development contributions and a number of others. And I understand that that's going to still be done, but specific to those tasks. So correct me if I'm wrong. And that's how I understood it. So that was why I was giving myself comfort that work still can be done. It's just a broader scope because of various factors. And therefore that name Project Darwin has sort of been taken on. But we've also got some questions, Tanya, from the member Robinson, which I was going to go through.
Thanks, Steve.
May I just
comment on that?
Chair, I wanted to bring your attention to an emergent risk.
Okay.
Thank you. Is that okay if we do that? So, as I mentioned on Monday, we have our regular risk governance meeting with infrastructure and asset management, and it was the NTA focused risk conversation that we had on Monday. We have included a new risk for NTA, which is around the implications to budgets of cost escalations to scheduled maintenance work. That is going to be subject to a report to Council on August 11. Currently NTA are doing some work to analyse the quantum of the impact of cost escalations. I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that we've included it on our risk registers, and there's potential that we will to escalate that to an organisational risk when we understand the quantum of what is happening in there and what
what is actually at risk.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question on that?
Yes, go.
Tanya, will that risk be limited to roading networks, or is that to be applied across our delivery?
At this point, the risk that we have put in there is specific to our roading networks. And I think your point, Councillor Smith, is very relevant, that it might be a bigger risk than just our roading network.
It would be great to explore that sooner rather than later.
Any further questions?
Chairman, can I make a comment on that too? And I'm not sure if my colleagues had the opportunity to read their agendas for next council meeting in full yet, but there is a report on the remits. And New Plymouth has put forward a remit addressing specifically this, the impact of the current funding model on the ability of road patrolling authorities to deliver their task. It's a good remit and some detail in there that may be of some benefit to you. But also, yesterday I viewed a item on YouTube that screened on TV and did last week, some new climate change projections for New Zealand. So they're saying that it is happening faster than we thought. I don't know if everybody saw it, but they're now saying we don't have 30 years, we have 10. And they've mapped New Zealand, every 2 kilometres of New Zealand has been mapped. And the blue dot is not good. Northland was almost entirely blue dots, but predominantly on the western seaboard. Now that was just a TV show, but it was like one of those current affairs ones, and they had a whole bunch of people there that had all the street creds to back it up, what they were saying. So I do think we probably need to consider whether climate change, is it our job, or does it sit, I'm not clear, Mr. Chairman, whether it sits with us or it sits with the regional committee?
No,
start turning their minds to the new science that's coming out?
I think, to answer your question, because some of the reasons why we split climate change into the category we did is to give clarity about what we as council can do. And for example, our assets that may be at risk to flooding or whatever that be is directly within our wheelhouse. But other aspects of climate change, such as emissions in all levels of industry, we can only influence our emissions, and we should be doing what we are doing. So we can't, that's more of a government, that's a bigger picture. And in the whole scheme of things, when you look at the projections, which I don't know where that page was, there were some projections showing the warming of the temperature. Well, quite frankly, that is outside of the scope of New Zealand to influence when you look at the emissions.
In your
and
opinion,
scale.
I'm not sure that we want to enter into that debate here, Mr. Chair.
No, this is mathematics.
No, but what I'll do is I'll send you all a link, if you don't mind, I'll send you all a link to the video. Because what they're saying is the world has 30 years, New Zealand has 10. It impacts us more than others.
Yeah, but Councillor Court, basically, that is correct. So for us, therefore, being specific, what is our biggest issue? So we've got tectonic plate movement, and that's what that was, with sinking coastlines, which is making the projections worse. So there is, therefore, for us, as opposed to somebody else, Kaikoura's and other places gone up 2 meters. So for us, we need to say, well, in this case, what are we going to do? And up along this coast, which is a sinking coastline, there we do have a issue that we need to consider. So it's as simple as that. So yes, I agree with you that for us, so now it's getting very specific because there are movements and various, so that's unique to our situation in the north, as in other risks as well. So that's what we can do. That's within our wheelhouse. So what do we do in there? And by splitting it out, that's some sort of things that we can do.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Chair. Is that on topic?
No. Well, it's sort of answered the question that in terms of risk, what we can do, I think, which is the direction that we're going. Before you take it, think about it. So, any other questions in terms of the risks?
Got Bruce's
Bruce's points will read
I have
it,
questions too.
and then Councillor Smith,
And then me.
and then Councillor Stratford.
Some of Bruce's points on Project Darwin have been covered off by Tanya. One of the issues that he does raise though is that if information isn't to come from Project Darwin, what are the other mechanisms? And members have mentioned that on the table, so I think we've got that. I think we've got that one pretty much covered. He's got a question, Tanya, on page 54, and it's can we get clarity on the statement ongoing non-compliance with health and safety, HSW Act, Health and Safety Act, Safety at Work Act regulations across our assets? Is that in relation to what? Is it abatement notices or is it something else?
We have some WorkSafe notices that are outstanding.
Wow, didn't know that.
If we can't deliver any more than that, perhaps we could do a little bit of research and send that out.
Yeah, we don't have anyone from IAM here to respond to it, so I can't tell you the specifics sitting around those.
Okay, we'll take that one offline if that's okay, Chair, and we'll get back to Bruce and circulate it to other members as well. And his final point is emergent risk, the waters. Why is this risk not part of our agenda? Is it being called off by full council? It does affect much within the committee's ambit. How is this impacting at the moment?
NRC abatements.
Yeah, and again, we don't have our IAM colleagues with
So
us
we've
unless
got
anybody else.
Louise Wilson online.
Oh.
She may be able to speak to. But was it in reference to Three Waters and the NRC abatements?
This was a general point about Three Waters. Is that
we have the Three Waters. I'm sorry, through the chair. Three Waters is identified as an emergent risk. There has been no appetite to date to escalate that as a risk onto our organisation dashboard. I'm happy to take action if that's what we wish to do.
I think, because I have very similar concerns, Three Waters is going to have a significant impact on our organisation. What does that look like? And Bruce, I'm sure, is experiencing in other councils in his role the action that they're taking, and we have asked for some reports on that. So I do think we need to flag it and have a look at that detail. But we have Louise.
So Louise Wilson does. She's in consent and compliance.
And this is for the NRC.
Yeah.
Because they're two different things. There's the abatement notices as well. So Louise Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I have a fairly good understanding of the abatements we have at the moment. So if you do have any questions about our abatement risks or the two reports that I've written for this agenda, more than happy to answer them if I can, or go away and get responses for you if it's not something I can answer off the top of my head.
We do have one question here, I think, from...
Yes, it was on... Yeah, here we are. It was on, Louise, it was on emergent risk Three Waters. Why is this risk not part of our agenda? Is it being covered off by full council? It does affect much within the committee's ambit. How is this impacting at the moment? And it may be that you don't have that at your fingertips, and if we could take that offline with Andy, unless you've got something that you wanted to contribute just now, Louise.
So Louise, I just responding to that. That I think is a more general issue. So it's probably not the risk that I see with our abatement notices, which is a significant risk. So I'm just going to ask members here, or anybody, do they have questions re the abatement notices?
Yes, I do.
Yep. So we had one from Councillor Stratford and.
Oh, sorry, but I think I was after Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, then.
Do you want me to go through 4 questions?
Just specifically to Louise.
Specifically to Louise. Hi Louise, thank you for being here. My question is in regards to, it refers to, I guess, risk mitigations being planned in the long-term plan. And my question is whether or not the amounts and timing of those addresses are sufficient to be mitigating the risk in terms of our risk appetite at a governance level, whether or not they're good enough.
So Andy and myself had a meeting with the CEO of NRC a few weeks ago, and they indicated to us that they are now being regulated by Taumata Arawai, and they are coming under increasing pressure to carry out their regulatory responsibilities towards District Council, and non-compliances that they may have been more lenient about in the past because they understand our affordability concerns or other issues that we were having, they are no longer willing to be as lenient as they previously were. I think this means that we are likely to see an increase in abatement and enforcement action, and NRC taking a harder line on our compliance. This may mean that we have to accelerate some of the funding and capacity required to improve our assets and operations so that we can be compliant more reliably. Does that answer your question?
To a degree, given Council are due to adopt the annual plan next week, is there any advice that you would give us around the governance table as to how we should be considering that?
I'm not familiar enough with the current annual plan document to be able to answer that. Apologies, but perhaps the suggestion that the next annual plan might have to see a step change in funding for Three Waters.
Yeah.
Yep, just on abatements.
Abatements.
Louise, do you know what the cost risk is in relation to abatements, please?
The abatements themselves don't cost money. It's the actions we need to take to resolve the abatements and have them removed is where the costs are. So if I was to take Russell Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example, we've had an abatement notice there since 2017 for E. coli. The cost of the solutions to get that abatement notice lifted are in the hundreds of thousands. The UV unit alone that we need for treating the E. coli is a $150,000 device. And please don't quote me on that, but that's ballpark. So it's not the abatements themselves that cost a lot of money, it's what we need to do to get them lifted. The exception to that is if we are prosecuted and we end up in the court system, and then we have to pay money going through the court system that we would have preferred to have spent on the actual solutions, not on lawyers.
Thank you,
Thank you, Louise. And just a further statement in relation to the capital program that we received in our last report. We've only spent, is it 10% of our Three Waters budget this year?
Yep. But my comment, Louise, is not so much a question as this is one of the big areas which was brought to our attention by the CE, and that's saying that we can't ignore these and we need to take action because of what's happening. So you just reiterated that, and so we need to be aware of that. I believe, councillors, that come the annual plan, what action we must take. So,
Mr. Chair, just in response to that, in the interest of actioning, would it be appropriate for the committee to request that the Infrastructure Committee receive a report outlining how these abatement notices could be addressed? I'm really mindful that the time frame with our annual plan is not sufficient to allow us to consider this. I'm also really mindful that we have an election and it's the end of this term looming on us, and it's really important that there's governance oversight as to how this could be fast-tracked and ensure that that's in the work stream, and I see that sitting with the Infrastructure Committee.
it is, I believe, sitting with infrastructure. I don't know the agenda whether that's there, which I assume.
Not currently, no.
Not currently.
Just a comment. So this has been discussed at the Chief Executive Review Committee level, and that work stream is underway.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. So does that give you a bit of comfort that that work stream is underway? I was a bit reticent to say what was happening, not that I could actually comment on, but certainly we are aware of it, and it's correct for Member Robinson to raise that as a risk. Any other questions that can be in terms of abatement notices that Louise could answer? No? So then, Councillor Smith, you have some further questions for Tanya?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tanya, for the report. Firstly, in response to your bow tie question, I really appreciated that, and I think what that illustrates is exactly what we were just talking about with that emergent risk with the NTA, as well as we're seeing that reflected right across the organisation through that bow tie, hence my question to you. My first question was just around, on page 61, it says the work to establish a legal compliance system to assist in the management of legislative risk and compliance is being put on hold. I was just wondering why that is and whether there's any impact that we need to be aware of with that work stream being put on hold. And then my other question was just around page 76, and apologies if I missed it in your opening comments, but just noting that we still haven't defined a residual risk score for drinking water resilience. So perhaps more flagging to the chair that we really need to get on to doing that, especially considering the Three Waters reform and the pace that is moving at. I think it's important that we indicate our appetite. So if you've got any recommendations around that, that would be great. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I just address the last one first? Because I know Will would like to talk to the first question. We were waiting for the water safety plans to be drafted to inform your risk appetite. They're drafted, and I believe there was a task away now for their review to determine if there's any significant issues with them. We do need to understand your risk appetite, but when we had the workshop around that, we realised we had questions we could not answer. Sorry, you had questions we were unable to answer to inform that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And I think Will wants to talk to the first.
Thank you for that, Tanya. I'm going to ask Councillor Smith. I did take a note. It's around compliance on page 61. Would you mind?
Yeah, just halfway through page 61, it just makes a note that there was work to establish a legal compliance system to assist in the management of legislative risk and compliance, and I think that was framed on a conversation around Three Waters and external components that are impacting us, and it just says the work has been placed on hold. I was just wanting to understand why.
If I'm on the right track, I'm looking at Jamie here. Are we talking about the comply with? Jamie, would you mind just giving us a quick summary of where we're up to? I know that we've done the field work we brought to a halt, but we've actually already garnered a lot of information. Can you just paint a picture of that, Jamie, if you could?
Yes, through the chair. So, as you know, we started our comply with, and we had our first survey, which was almost completed. But the Chief Executive has instructed that that work be placed on hold so we can focus on other priorities. So, yeah, that's where we're at, but we've got the information there, and when we're in a place to look at it, we'll be able to use that information to assess where our legislative compliance is at.
Thanks, Jamie.
I'm happy through the chair to share what we have, if that's help. So we're completing a survey across 98 different acts and regulations and across the time period of 1 July 2021 through to 1 of May 2022. And so this is about our legal obligations, and the questions were whether we're meeting those legal obligations, partly, not at all, or they didn't apply. Of the, and note too that Three Waters and the transport obligations were out of scope. Which are separate. So we had 1,691 obligations we were holding in our survey on, and before the survey was closed, we had responses to 1,362 of those obligations. I can tell you that 68% of those obligations, and this was without any assurance work, which would have been the next step once the survey had closed, but in terms of responses, 68% of those obligations, staff had responded that we have full compliance. 24% of those obligations did not arise, and so we have 74 obligations where we know we have partial or non-compliance against. Of those 74 obligations, 4 were resolved, and then we have 56 with action plans created to resolve those non-compliance to the obligations, and 14 where there had been no action plan put together to resolve non-compliance to the legal obligations. So that's where we were at the point we were at when we were requested to put that work on hold.
Thank you, Tanya.
Can I I just ask a quick follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you, Tanya. Of the 56 action plans, have they been actioned despite the work being put on hold?
The work was all put on hold.
Thank you.
So what quality assurance, for another phrase, is there now? What processes are in place to reassure us of compliance with legislation? Or is it just when somebody gets a complaint that you're not doing it right, we fix it up?
So the mechanism that we've had in place is reliance that managers know they're meeting their obligations, so they know what their obligations are and they're meeting those obligations. And then some of the obligations are teased out, if you like, through audits. So they would be tested in audit situations where there aren't audits. Otherwise, yeah, it's as you find.
Okay, any further questions?
About the whole thing, or?
The whole report. Do you have one on data governance?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions on data governance, actually. So we've, this work, in terms of the data governance, could actually be a nice big money pit. So have we got budget? I mean, you've got budget to achieve what you're trying to achieve with these policies and programs and strategies?
I'm actually going to defer that question to transformation and technology.
Thanks, Jane.
Through the chair, really good question, Member Edmonds, because yeah, it's definitely an area where there's lots of advice out there and lots of tools and templates and activities that we could adopt. We've taken a really prudent approach, and as we've been working with Algam to ensure that we're adopting best practice. And so what we do in terms of the policy side of data governance is that we have a sort of an off-the-shelf model of data governance policies and IT policies generally that we then tailor to the specific needs of the organisation, and that's based on various best practice, ISO standards and the like. And we see that as a very cost-effective way of ensuring that we get the core, the policies and governance arrangements in place. Yeah.
The writing of policies is only a tiny fraction of the cost of data governance. So do you have the budget to roll those policies and education and so forth out? Is more my question, you do?
Yes, it's indeed part of our program that ongoing.
Great. And my next question is, you use enterprise data warehouse program. So why has the council got a data warehouse program? What are the objectives of the data warehouse program?
Through the chair, so our business intelligence program is all about ensuring and enabling our people to work smarter. And the best example we have of that being deployed is the building consent issue we had a couple of years ago, where part of the solution was to provide real-time information on where each of those building consents was at, and also how we could automate the allocation of staff in the field to do site inspections, and that really sped up the time to complete those building consents. Similarly, we have an exercise that we did last year in resource consents, and that led to a number of improvements. There's a live dashboard there, which is the reason, and that was part of the mitigations we put in last year when the emergent risk was identified. But as you had already talked about earlier on in the agenda, that has yielded pretty much all the results that we can get, and the issues we're facing is more in the labour and staffing side of things rather than process. But that's the type of thing what business intelligence does. It's about providing information to enable our people to work smarter.
Thanks. Thank you, Jamie. And we've seen those reports and they're excellent. I'd love to see those rolled out elsewhere as well, so we can see things real time, which I'm sure you're working on. Question I have for you is you mentioned on page in data governance, on page what is it? 70, lack of formal data governance. So you're talking about the risk and because of lack of formal. So in the previous training, we did have a data governance committee as a subcommittee, would that help?
Through the chair, I think it's something to think about in the new triennium. We worked very specifically to some of our structures around internal, and data governance, where we know we need to do a little bit more work, and that's what we're going to be working on to get our internal house in order. And then I think we'll be really in a good place to engage with elected members in the new triennium around how elected member data governance can work in parallel with that.
Could I add to that, Chair? I think the shorthand answer that I would give to that would be yes. And the reason why I would say it is that, as Member Edmonds knows better than anybody sat in this room, that if there is no, I can think of fewer more important emerging issues than this. It is growing, and that's to have elected member oversight on this in a way that made you feel comfortable would be a good thing in my view. So yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Well, I'm going to put it to the vote. We've got to move in a seconder. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Yes. And then we'll start with the item 6.3. So what did we do, like 10 minutes? We can pause the recording for 10 minutes, then we'll do that.
Can you pause the recording, please?
So item 6.3 on page 88. Do I have a move in a second, please?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, well, I'll second it. You did?
Yes.
So I'm sure there's going to be some questions here or reports. I just note that some positive stuff in here. Questions from any member? Councillor Stratford, I think.
No.
No? I missed out last night.
I've just got one.
Ford, and then Councillor Smith.
Am I going first? I sent in a question by email on Wednesday in relation to the and I'll just read it. In noting this report for the period ended March 2022 and given recent interest rate movements, are Farnborough Holdings able to provide commentary on their current interest rate ratio cover? And the answer is we remain well within our interest cover banking covenant. While interest rates are increasing, we are managing interest rate exposure in accordance with our Treasury policy. I just wanted to share that with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just the same as before. Do we know what the dollar value is of the dividend that was paid this 28th of February? And flagging that it would be great to see that perhaps in this report also. I think that transparency to the public around our dividend or the dividend that they receive from their commercial operating.
Transparency.
Yeah, would be great.
You did look that up.
Yeah, I did, sorry.
While we're waiting, Chair, just picking up on Deputy Mayor Court's point and Councillor Smith's point, in the email response that Janice gave the Deputy Mayor, that she made clear that the CFO from FNHL, the new CFO, will come to our next meeting and take any questions directly on this.
Yep, that's good. So
483, okay.
483, yeah. Good. All right. Any other? No. I'll put it to the vote then. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. We move to page. Let's move to page 96, and that is the Assurance Risk Compliance Committee received the report People in Capability Quarterly Update, 1st of January to 31st of March 2022. Move a second, please.
I will.
I'll
say something.
The second there was Councillor Stratford, I believe. Is that right?
Sure.
Questions?
I have a question.
Councillor Ford.
In light of the conversation we had this morning and the loss of planning staff that have been poached by other people, and I'll call it what it is because they are, they've been poached. I looked at the exit interviews and analysis on page 99, and I looked specifically at what staff least liked about working at the Farnborough District Council, not anticipating I find anything. I thought, you know, this is nirvana. But clearly it's not for some because they've got career progression, salary and benefits. So my question is, what are we doing with that information so that we can capture any concerns and any reasons why people are leaving and see if there's something we can do to arrest that? Because as we know, it's expensive to recruit and retrain.
Through you, Chair, I'm just going to ask Malema if Jill is online. I know that Jill's been in the same meeting as the Chief Executive this morning, and that I've just texted to say that if she is free. But if I could begin the answer to that, if it's okay, Chair. Exit interviews are clearly a really important tool One of the things that Jill has just brought in, and we touched on this morning in a discussion with Dr. Myburn on the stay interviews as well, so that before we get to the exit process, that we actually speak with staff and say, how are you going? We know it's a really good, we know you see it every day in the TV and press adverts, the job's done. We want you to be not only happy but delighted to be working here in the farm now. What more can we do to float your boat? So this is the first attempt to be proactive in that space that we've done in terms of actually having those stay interviews. We've done it at one of the more high risk areas. I know that the chief executive has also started to personally do some exit interviews because he wants to hear firsthand from staff about why they're leaving, and more often than not, it's not for any nefarious reason that they're really hacked off of what they're doing, but it's just that, well, sometimes there's better prospects elsewhere than there genuinely is. And sometimes, I mean, although we are a big player up here, we're still quite a small organisation, and there's not always the headroom for someone to come on to a bigger job. I know we've got Jill on the line now, and Jill will be rapping my knuckles for telling my non-technical way, something that she'll explain much better. Jill, through the chair, would you mind expanding on Councillor Coates' questions, which I think in essence is what more can we do to help retain our wonderful talent that we have?
Not necessarily what more we can do, because it may be that there is nothing more we can do. But I just wanted to know that, do we have a mechanism to say, well, actually, we could do more in the career progression space, we could do more in the benefits space. And because we're not staffed, that's largely invisible to us.
So, Jill, did you hear Councillor Court's question, or did you just?
I didn't hear the question, but I got the tail end of it. And so what I can tell you what we're doing currently, which is alluded to slightly in the paper, is that we're starting to have what we call stay interviews with our people. So what are their drivers? What's keeping them at council? What's making them look at other opportunities? And then they're gathering that information to look at, what can we do better from a career perspective? What can we do better with regards to recognition? Is there anything financially we need to look at? So there's different options there. And that's what we're proactively doing now. In actual fact, we're just finishing that scope of work with resource consents, because that's obviously one of our risk areas.
Answer that. So, Councillor Tipanea, a question?
Thank you. Yeah, just following that line of thought, are we looking at what other councils are doing or what other things there are? So I'll give you an example. As a teacher here in Kaikohe, within our teachers collective, we get a priority teacher supply allowance because Kaikohe, our area is identified as a place no one probably wants to come and teach if you can teach somewhere else. So we get $2,500 per annum to teach here in a high priority area. On top of that as well, because not only are Māori language teachers in high demand, Māori language teachers for Māori immersion are in high demand. So we also get a Māori immersion teachers allowance of $4,000 per annum. And that's for the first 1 to 4 years that you're in a kura kaupapa. If you stay on from years 4 to 6, that increases to 6,000. And if you stay on for more than 6 years, that increases by another 2,000. So it ends up being like, well, being here in Kaikohe for another 6 years, you're getting over 10K more on top of your base salary. And that's not with any additional responsibilities. That's just identifying the fact that we need kura kaupapa teachers in rural areas. So that's just from teaching, but there's probably other things like that. And I wondered if we've reached out the feelers to see what the industry is doing or what other things.
So one of the areas, if we do believe we've got a skill shortage or we've got roles that are really hard to recruit to, we are paying what we're calling market allowances. So that's where we'll pay above the normal rate of pay to get people in and keep them here. With regards to location, not so, because of our flexible working model and our hybrid working model. I mean, we're absolutely leading the way in that one. But other councils, when we've talked to them, there's no one really doing anything differently to what we're doing. Everyone is just trying to look at what's motivating people to stay in their roles and their business. It's all part of the big resignation debate.
Are you happy with that? So we have member Robinson has got a question as well, Jill, so Will is going to read it out.
Hi, Jill. So the one I flicked over to you last night. Yep. Do we know why? What you specs here, Jill? Sorry about that. Do we know why health and safety is health and safety a factor in terms of leaving? Is there a matter that we can identify, and what can we learn and correct things going forward in the future?
Yeah, so the two people that responded, safety and well-being, it's actually for their own well-being. So one of those people suffered a very traumatic event, and so for their own well-being decided to leave. Another person was actually not very well at all, and also for their own well-being chose to leave. So it's sort of slightly false reporting when it's got safety and well-being, because it's actually it was for their own personal well-being.
Okay, so from a governance point of view, before I go to Councillor Tiffany, just for clarity, that wasn't health and safety from any actions internal to into us. It was more of an external factor.
It was for their own well-being. Yeah.
Okay.
So, sorry, I did want to mention this, but I didn't write it on my little list, so I forgot to. I know that here for our council and the legislation that controls us, we probably don't have the same flexibility or the bigger coffers that we get from central government, which pays us as teachers and funds our school as well. But there are some really cool outside of the box things that at my own school we do to just make it that little bit more better, where you'd want to choose Te Kura Kaupapa Māori or Kaikohe over, say, the likes of Northern College. And so every single staff member gets a $150 wellbeing budget every term to spend on something for their well-being. So a massage, whatever it is. There is a group of us that get paid, our gym memberships get paid by our school, because if you're healthy and you're well, then you're probably going to turn up at work better. We've got a thing called the week 7 blues. So every term around week 7, people start to burn out. That's when you can cash in on your $150 well-being budget. So I don't know if we have the same flexibility within how we do things in our organisation, but I just want to pick up that, like, we think outside of the box and think about other things and other methods, and like only small amounts really in the big picture, but it does make that difference over how you feel about your workplace and how you feel valued as well.
So Jill, can you take those on board? Because I think they're great ideas, and I've experienced something similar in my career as well, and it just helped quite a lot. Councillor Smith?
Yep. Yes, I'd just like to add that we are just about to launch, and we just launched it today with our people leaders, a wellbeing tool that is an app that we will be paying for, that anyone that would like to use it, and it's not just about sport, it's actually about nutrition, it's about what's your mindset, how you're feeling, what tools do you need to help you. But I take on what Moko's saying, and we'll definitely have a chat, because you're right, we're really limited by cash. So anything we can do differently and outside of the box is absolutely right.
Do you have your councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this report, Jill. And firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for the percentage line in the graphs of the turnover. That's really helpful in terms of painting a clearer picture. I just want to pick up on the response you gave to Councillor Court earlier. Did I hear you say that proactive mechanism is being applied per department, given the rates that we're seeing in specific departments on these graphs on page 98?
Yes, so we've started with resource consents. We've been trying to encourage leaders to also have the conversations, but we're actually finding that having someone in my team do it independently is actually getting us more more information, which you can probably understand. So yeah, we're doing it department. So we've just started in buildings, started in resource consents. We're now looking at doing it in building.
That's great, thank you. It'll be good to see some of these quite high numbers come down. My next question was in regards to the salary and benefits issue that's been highlighted here. My question is whether or not you know off the top of your head if all FNDC employees are paid a living wage at a minimum?
So, sorry, Rachel, do you mean, are they all salaried or some of them hourly or?
No, I'm asking if all remuneration is in line with the living wage of New Zealand.
Oh, yes, no, absolutely. Yep, we have to.
Not what, yeah. That's great, thank you.
That's something to celebrate.
Just two more questions. The first one was just whether or not we could build on the information that we're getting in these reports and also demonstrate, if the information is available, the length of time that we're seeing people employed by FNDC between when they start and when they leave us, just to start looking at deeper into those trends.
Take a reciprocal.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I haven't got it in front of me because but I thought the tenure was in there, so I'll definitely pick that one up.
That's great, thank you. And then my last question was just around personal grievances. It's great to see there have been no personal grievances. Picking up on the health and safety, are you confident that our personal grievance processes within the organisation, right up to our CEO, are really clear to our employees?
I mean, I'm going to say I am, aren't I? But we do talk about it. We have leaders talk about it. It is also on our vulnerabilities risk, which I think is coming in August. But I think people are definitely confident enough to go through our processes. So that's a tricky one for me to answer, you know, because I would just like to say yes, as I said.
Okay,
I don't think people are not raising grievances, that's for sure. Like if they've got something they're not happy about, it definitely does come to us. Obviously, we've got our employee reference group and our PSA as avenues for people to do it independently.
Thanks, Jill.
One question from Councillor Stratford, I believe, or maybe there's two or three, I'm presuming.
Firstly, these reports that we're receiving, is there a time, like maybe at the end of the year, where we'll get a comparison, you know, over the last, say, 5 years? So we actually know whether we're actually doing better, you know, compared to last year, rather than month by month?
So this is the first year that we've got this real data. And we will be reporting year on year, but we haven't reported on the data over this is all quite new with my new data and systems specialist role, and our new CI system. So it will be going forward, yes.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Smith provoked a question on the wage and noting the living wage is now $22.75, but goes up to $23.65 1st of September. Can you just confirm that you were stating that all our staff are on living wage, not minimum wage?
No, I was saying that everyone is above minimum wage, and we actually have negotiated with the PSA that we have an FNDC living wage, and you're going to ask me what it was, and I can't off the top of my head remember. I'm actually sitting in a car. So what we've done is negotiated FNDC living wage, which I'm pretty sure is $22.70, but don't quote me on that, please. I will get back. I will confirm what that dollar amount is.
Yeah, that'd be really helpful.
If I can explain there's some rationale, and the union are fully on board this, is not every council can go to the living wage increases, and the impact, shame Janice isn't here because she had the dollar figures, the impact on our rates going forward was quite significant, but also because of the demographics of our district to make it really, really hard for council to justify those increases, which will then impact on the ratepayers.
Yeah, thank you for that. We did discuss this, I think, in the one of the workshops in the lead up to last year's LTP. So yeah, I didn't think we were at living wage yet. Thank you.
Members, Brazil.
Hi, thank you, Joel, for the reports. On page 98, with the turnover by department date to the 31st of March, it seems quite concerning, I think, that 24 people have left from district facilities. So is there any sort of deep dive into that department as to the reasons this is all happening at all?
It's district services, and that's the work that we're currently doing. We're starting with resource consents, as I said, and then we're going to buildings. So that it's not district facilities, it's district services. And is Dean there? Dean might like to add something if he is there. I'm not sure if he's online.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 97, it lists the areas within district services where we've seen the changes, and obviously consents is one area of turnover which we've discussed this morning, and then animal management. The kind of turnover we're seeing is really opportunity elsewhere, as the report also indicates. People are making their choices and opting to leave for a variety of reasons. In very few instances they are because people are unhappy, and I'll use the word unhappy, with FNDC as an employer. They're just seeing that there's an opportunity out there, and again it comes back to the discussion around salary and remuneration. Working conditions generally, most people comment that they love working here, they love being part of the FNDC whānau, and you know they are moving to other opportunities. We also need to think about this in terms of good questions around the age or the length of time, length of service with council. Millennials move for different reasons as compared with other categories of employees. So more mobile. We're seeing people move for money in many instances. Sometimes it's just flexibility, which we have plenty of. But personal circumstance, I think, is another. Personal circumstance is often, you know, the reason. These circumstances are such that they are moving to another place, taking another role somewhere else. So yeah, the number's high, but the percentage is not the highest on that graph. We do keep a close eye on this, and as Jill has said, those stay interviews, reasons to stay, or understanding at time of exit why they are moving, certainly should inform us in terms of how we then put measures in place to try and counteract that.
Chair Lucich, just following that line of thought, we've only had 18 out of 52 departures actually give exit interviews, which means that we actually don't know from 2/3 of the people who have left us. And I wonder if, like, is there flexibility there? How do you get someone to do an exit interview? Like, if we spent $10 and gave each of those people $10 Prezi card for doing it, that's $520. That's nothing. But if I knew I'd get $10, I'd do it. How long will it take me? I'd do that. Or if you do it, you go into the door at the end of the year, it's when a whole bloody iPad worth $520. You know, there's got to be other ways can we think outside the box here? Because when you look at the amount that you could potentially spend, but it could mean that we keep 2 of your planners aren't going to run away because we learn from the ones who have, or I don't know, how do we think more flexibly or expand what we're doing here?
I've read a bit of a recruitment advice on this, and the recruitment advice is always don't participate in an exit interview.
In a what?
In an exit interview. So, you know, I mean, so
how do we get someone to?
Yeah, I don't know, but the general for your own career, the career advice is don't participate. So I mean, they give a lot of reasons, so you've got to go from that, right? And I think the stay interviews or the engagement while people are still working with us is probably more valuable. And in fact, one of the reasons that they say don't participate in an exit interview is because if they really cared, they'd talk to you while you were working there. So which is exactly what Jill's doing, right?
Oh, good comments. Any other comments?
Or just take my over the idea and just talk to us while you're still here and you can go out the door for a month.
Sorry, we don't have a choice. We get the boot.
Jill, you're going to say something?
Yes, just that we've actually changed our system. So the minute that someone puts their resignation in, they actually get an exit interview sent to them straight away. Since we've changed that process, the uptake on exit interviews has increased dramatically. So for the next report, we'll have way higher uptake on exit interviews. But to Mike's point, stay interviews are more important.
Yeah. Thanks, Jill. Dave, just a quick question. Looking at, what people like most and what they don't like, I noticed that career progression is one issue. Do we provide, I think we do we provide professional training for staff? And secondly, have you considered, because I know that was mentioned to me a while ago, some of the big employers around the place working together to create opportunities in careers. So if you've got someone that's come all the way to the far north, at least they can still work in this area. Have you looked at or explored different ideas like that?
So I think career progression is where we're looking at a lot. We're looking at our talent. So we do our talent and succession planning every 6 months. I mean, it's fair to say that we work across the other 4 councils quite openly now, whereas before, people just felt they got stolen off each other. But we're very open about our skills and what roles have they got. But it's a big gap for us, what roles we can offer, and cross-functionally, I think it's also getting people to think differently. Just because you're a planner in one team doesn't mean you can't go and use those skills in a different team. And I think with hopefully the realignment that Blair's looking at, we'll have a much more functional approach to people's roles in the organisation and not so siloed, which will give them more opportunities.
Yep. Thank you, Jill. One last question, and that's from Member Gardner.
Joel, does this organisation still have performance reviews yearly?
Yes, although we're just in the process of reviewing what that looks like. So it's much more about what are your key success factors, what are the outcomes, and also, more importantly, is the how. So what values did you demonstrate to achieve those outcomes? And that's all about, making sure we've got that good culture and people are demonstrating our values. So yes.
Oh, that's good, because a lot of, probably in performance appraisals, a lot of dissatisfaction can be picked up in the performance appraisals.
Yes, plus we have our engagement survey.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to now put item 6.4 to the vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Nobody? Carried. So we'll do one more. We'll break for lunch. So that's an encouragement to move, or maybe 2. And that's item 6.5.
Oh, I'll move it.
That the Assurance, Risk and Finance Committee receive the reports and texts. So that's been moved by Councillor Court, second by Councillor Smith. And given that this is, who's going to give an overview of this?
Yeah, I think between Angie and I, we'll try and box it off, but it's quite straightforward. I've just got a comment from Bruce, and he says very much agrees with the framework. He said, I wonder if, presume we should actually approve the framework rather than just receive it. But this is an externally drafted report by PwC, who are experts in this field, and we believe it's a good framework from which to operate. Anything to add to that, Angie?
No,
I do note that we've chosen to receive, or moved to receive, the report on tax governance framework and policy. I do not see policy, just a framework.
Oh, in the text there, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to amend that to say, so the mover second, are you happy to either do it as amendment or to?
Take it out.
But it calls itself a strategy within its document as well.
Yeah, there is a strategy section, which is not a policy, right?
No.
No, the report suggests, sorry, Mr. Chair, that FNDC may subscribe to PwC's online tax policies. It's about the only reference I can find to policy. So I'm not sure that and policy would be relevant in the.
So we strike out
I
policy.
think
Yeah.
that's a very good
And what
observation.
about, it's a good, thanks, Member Mike. Should we?
Now, point of order, Mr. Chair. I know that they're all going to point to the standing orders where you can say that you can get the permission of the seconder and mover, but it also requires the agreement of the meeting.
Yep.
So is everybody in agreement?
Yes, and I agree. We haven't quite got there yet because should we be approving the framework? The question was the.
Yeah, well, that's the suggestion from Bruce. So it seems to me it would carry more weight if it's approved rather than just received. It makes a more proactive response from governance.
So, okay, so then Member Mike, Edmund, do you want to?
Yeah, well, I'll move that we amend the recommendation, amend the motion by striking out the word "and policy" and changing "receive" to "approve."
We have a second for that?
Yeah.
Right. So I'll put the amendment to the vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Aye. Carried. We're now back to the substantive motion. But just while we're there, is there any questions on it? We haven't done that. Or thoughts, comments? It's pretty straightforward, I know. No?
Thoughts, just, making sure that we pay our, the PAYE is, one of the regular things. I don't know if we see GST very often. Well, with the rates.
Councillors?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question of how often do we go through this process? Is that often enough? And should we be doing it more often? How could we trigger that? We've got a few questions within there.
Sorry, could I add to that?
Yeah.
Because I think my question will be a part answer. When's the policy coming?
Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I can start off. I haven't got an answer to Member Edmund's issue. I think what we can say is that we haven't run into any problems to date in this space. So whether we need to revise this more often is a moot point. I think what we have got in PwC, the PwC don't come cheap. We've got the experts in the field, and their not policy, their framework provides a way forward. What I will do is I'll speak with Janice to look at when we bring that policy forward, and I'll let members know offline when that would be.
Mr. Chair, perhaps one of the recommendations, well, it's not even a recommendation, it says FNDC will report on all tax risk management matters to the ARF committee at least once a year, and it has bullet points as part of that report, XYZ should be included. Perhaps a recommended review cycle should be included in that report as well.
Yeah, good point. No other comments? So I'll put it to vote then. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried. And then I'll move that the Insurance Risk and Finance Committee receive the report action sheet update.
Happy to second, Mr. Chair.
Just now, Councillor Smith. And all happy? Put the vote. All in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Carried. So that brings us to the end of the public section. Shall we move into public excluded and then stop at that point? So I'll move.
Happy to second.
And thank you, Councillor Smith. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. We're now We're giving the close.
Can we go live again,
Do
please?
you want to do closing comments, Mr. Chair?
No, I'm good for close. I'll wait for
Selection, mate.
We are live.
Say something, Meryl.
You don't want me up for that. I'm all good. So, when we're live?
We're live.
Oh, goodness me. So, Councillor Smith, closing kia, please.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia noi tātou. Kia ora te marino, kia whakapapa puna mutu moana, hei horahi mā tātou I te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou I tātou katoa. Hui e tātou.
Thank you.
Can we just end the live stream, please?